Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Mentorship Live with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Yep, special edition Saturday Mentorship. I wonder how different it'll be, because this will be, this season's Mocktober event, first time that we're doing Mentorship for that, and it's on a Saturday. I wonder how many different things there will be as a result, if any. The way I'm going to queue today is that as a way to circumvent how some of the previous weeks we've had some interesting results. I will queue, like I'll do as I usually do, say when I will queue, and then I will queue as a DPS. If 1 minute passes and we don't have anything yet, I will queue as a tank, and I will just see the timer pass 1 minute. Cancel, job switch, queue again. I won't do an announcement of when I will queue. It'll end up taking too long. And if it still doesn't pop in 1 minute, switch to healer and then queue immediately. Let's just say the probability that it doesn't pop immediately at that point is low, if not outright zero. But that will mean that we spend less time hanging out here and more time in actual content. And whether we hit it or not, I have a feeling with the potential length of today's stream that we might hit another big milestone, so that would be great. But with that said, hey Aerodel, hey Kaj, hey Agent Monica, hey Buvomit, hey Tiddly, hey Rust, hey Tessie, hey Low IQ, hey Shaq, hey Yansa, hey Saros, hey Lirinda, hey Ilya, hey Alex, hey me who else, and hey Jet. Hope you're all doing very well. And by the way, nice 70 streak, and also I believe Thursday Buvomit with the with another 100 streak with Buvomit and Ilana. Right next to each other in this race. Very close. And a Zach Boy, hope you're doing well as well. So high chance of a night on support today? Maybe, let's see. See, the thing is, what I've learned is that if I'm queuing healer a lot, then other people around me are like, oh yeah, DPS queues are super great. And I have a feeling that if I queue different things, it'll work out decently well. I'll say, Nicholas, hope you're doing well. That boy says, tried watching the last stream, but my internet wouldn't let me. Oh man. Jack says, my streak broke with the 2 separate 7.4 streams. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how all that streak stuff works. I'm obviously not trying to break anyone's streaks. In fact, my perspective on the whole streak thing is that you may end up in a situation where, well, I might end up in a situation where I have a viewer who's like checking in every day because they don't want to lose their streak, but they don't actually care for the content at all. Like they've been like checking in for 5 seconds for weeks, and they might not be the only one. Like that can happen. I'm like, is that good? Is that optimal? But I feel like it's also, I don't know if I can turn streaks off if that was a problem, and even if I could, I feel like it's also fine for it to be there. But it is something that I think about, like, man, you could be screwed by me just randomly choosing to stream. And it's just bonus points. It is just bonus points, but I do believe most watch streaks, it's not about the points. It's about the streak. And that does matter. Like 2 years ago, I'd say. I think it was 2 years ago. I played... oh, Tina Lee is Pokeballing. I played the Switch game Ring Fit Adventure. Very nice game, by the way. Pretty fun. And I played it, like, sometimes for longer, but I at least played it for, like, 10 to 15 minutes every day, which is, like, the minimum amount it recommends. But the moment that I missed a single day, the day after, I was like, well, what's the harm in another one? I have not played the game since. And I think I had, like, a 200-day streak or something. So, basically, those mega streaks can be a problem. Because it can both have this effect of, like, making you overly dedicated. But it can also mean that the moment that you miss it, it does track it. If you miss it, you might actually feel like the opposing compelling effect of going, oh, well, I'll never get that high a streak ever again. So, whatever, right? Like, you might almost stop altogether out of spite. Same as Sam and Crusher. Hope you're doing well. Sam says Yahtzee from Second Wind did a video on the catharsis of giving up on things like streaks. Yeah, I could see that. Me personally, you know, sometimes I'll, like, if I want to do something every day, I'll do it anyway. But there are things where I'm, like, realizing that I'm feeling like I have to, and then I'll stop altogether. A random example of that was that I used to have, like, you know, plant gardens, you know, to plant things in this garden here, like over there. And I had things in them. The problem is that you basically have to water them every day. And I found that so annoying that I didn't just go, oh, well, I can just have them there for when I feel like it. No, I removed the whole thing. Didn't even leave the option to do it because ICBA that stuff. And they definitely, I don't log in on 14 every day. Not every day. Don't need to. Hey, Philippe. Hope you're doing well. But yeah. And also true, Alex. It makes sense for a game like that to have, like, a streak system of some sort. It's also worth mentioning that the game itself, after like 10 to 15 minutes of, you know, actual exercising in the game, it'll pop up being like, okay, good, you've done your part if you feel like stopping. And if you go for too long, it'll be like, okay, man, you know, too much is also bad. So it's a good game, well-designed game, also very fun. And yes, I did in fact try to optimize the RPG elements. Right then. I will queue when it says 303. A shiny Fennekin. Oh boy. The grind is real. In 11, you can grow a plant and then dry it so that it becomes a permanent piece of furniture. And see, the thing is, you can do stuff like that in 14 as well and just, you know, use plants as furniture. And the thing is, with 14, the gardens, you can use to plant things to sell. Like Thavnarian onions come from that. But you need to water them, like, every day. And if you forget, they straight up die. And it's not like, oh, they'll just pause. You have to like that you have to water them to keep them going. No, 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 no. If you forget, it dies. Zip Zap says, does pineapple belong on pizza? Asking the real question. I like pineapple on pizza. Hell's lit. I believe that recently a friend told me they got vote kicked out of Praetorium for going too fast. Started wondering how that would even be possible. So we have recently talked a bit about mods and plugins and whatnot. Darn it. Some players will use a mod of some sort to skip the cutscenes in MSQ Roulette, which allows them to, you know, run the duty faster, of course. Some players just don't, like, they just don't want to deal with that. One part being that they feel like they're cheating by proxy. And whether people care about cheating, about like MSQ cutscene skipping is, you know, I don't really care enough to really judge on that. But some might also, you know, because they just don't jive with that, kick the person because they don't want to deal with people that use those kind of tools. He plays on console is the funny part. Yeah, but let's just say that in first-person shooters, you don't have to use wall hacks to be for people to think that you might be using wall hacks, or you don't need to use an aimbot for people to suggest you are using one. If you're just like exceptionally good, players might not be able to tell the difference. I kind of mentioned that in yesterday's video about PvP. And there are some things that yes, a tool could help you do, but if you're just good enough, then you could totally do it without the option. So yeah, there's also another option, Philippe. The last option, which is a lot sillier, is that there are also just players that care a lot about being in full control over how they play the game. As in, a really funny one I haven't heard from like their shenanigans for a while now, but I believe there is a player on Chaos, so my data center, I think he's on Chaos, who plays healer, don't remember which healer, and he will land in a dungeon, and if you pull more than one pack at a time, he will complain about people going too fast, and then he will leave. Sometimes he will even walk, like RP walk in the dungeon. There's some weird people. It's a lot more shocking when you meet like a whole party of them, which is how you would be kicked. Say Flems. Oh, that is very convenient. That's very, very awesome positioning of the boss by the machinist, actually. But it is all like the odds of meeting a whole party like that is low, but also this kind of behavior or expectation that the game must be played in a certain way, and going faster than that is wrong or weird, is more likely to be perpetuated if you're playing in a group of friends that all have decided as a collective that that's the correct way to play the game. This is also how sometimes the whole thing with no, healers are not meant to attack at all stuff happens, is that all it takes is a big enough group of friends agreeing that that's how the cake is made, and if, like, once they've gotten invested enough in the game, they might not realize that, no, actually, that's not how the cake is made. You just decided that and then didn't play with anyone else to, like, test your hypothesis on whether it is or is not. Hey, Sen, be doing well. Sen says, I had a DPS get mad at me, the healer, for pulling a couple extra mobs to the pack we were working on to the tank. That one is interesting, because that one is essentially the DPS getting mad at you at the, like, for the tank. You know, I was wondering why the pulling pace was so, like, weirdly stuttery. It does seem like the healer is stunning here and there, but to be fair, the tank is spending a little too long at each stop. A tip on that one is, if you feel like your team sometimes, like, hunkers down and starts blasting before you finish your pull as the tank, don't stop moving. I have demonstrated it in like tank tips and such in the past, but if you feel like you need to get a few GCDs in before you move on, don't stop and do the AoE, like zigzag to slow yourself down just enough that you will still hit, but you're still moving forward, so that everyone can see that you're moving forward. Another option is just to run through the pack and just range attack each guy one at a time. I was about to say, I feel like I remember that one's a donut. Also, so sorry, I got kind of sidetracked a moment there. The reason why a DPS might do that is that there are tanks that get overwhelmed by DPS pulling for them, because you are kind of like taking control away from the tank about the pace of the dungeon. Now, whether that's a problem or not is a whole different conversation. But if you're completely new to the game and you're basically learning that it's kind of your responsibility to make sure that the pulls are nice and clean and all that, other people just pulling for you might not help. So a DPS seeing that kind of stuff happen enough times might just get really tired of those kind of players. It might even be that DPS you ran into is actually a tank main who can't be bothered with that stuff anymore. Hey Jack, hope you're doing well. I would never do that to a Sprout though. Yeah. It's it's difficult, because the thing is, sometimes you'll meet a Sprout who's an actual, like, turbo gamer, and it's not because it's an alt. It's just because that's how they play games. They're very, very well versed in gaming. Other times you'll meet a Sprout that are like, you're wondering if they know like what the things in the game are called. Like how many other games have they played? Like maybe 14 is actually their first game. I know that sounds ridiculous. Why would your first game be an MMORPG? But it can happen. And you can't tell until the run is actually going. a few weeks ago, I did Mental Roulette as tank. In one run, I was doing, I think it was Tantara Deepcraft, and I was pulling like somewhat carefully, like not pulling too big, because I mean I did have a Sprout healer. I think it might even have been a Conjurer, but they had no problem. I could probably have pulled way bigger and would have been fine. Then later that same evening, I did Sunken Temple of Khan, and I pulled really big because, well, usually that works fine. Like, I have determined that pull is actually really scary, but in practice, it feels like it isn't. But that healer was a Scholar, and they forgot to summon Eos. They did, however, have the awareness to, when the party wiped, run back to the entrance. So we just finished the pull there. I say, Tamiel, hope you're doing well. Unless it's forcing people to play your way always yields poor results in my experience. See, the thing is, it's not always about that. Nicholas says, I think it's important to remember this is a multiplayer game. People need to discuss expectations briefly before pulling. High-end types tend to forget the sprouts aren't on your level. See, what makes that one really difficult is that I know that a lot of players do that. I may even have done that in the past, you know, gone like, how big would you do? What would you like the pulls to be, healer, before pulling as a tank? Or, like, having that conversation. But because the conversation usually boils down to, I don't know, I've never been asked that before, just do what you normally do, tank. Or something like that. It usually leads to people just defaulting to it is whatever the tank wants. There's also the part that, you know, when I got into Final Fantasy XIV, I had already tanked for like a decade. So I had already hit that point of, I'll probably figure it out. But what I mean by it can be difficult, and it might not be trying to force your will on the rest of the party, is... It's been a bit. But just to give a random example, sometimes I would do like Expert Roulette or something with Strat, who is someone in the community who usually plays a lot of Black Mage. So I would be tanking, and Strat would usually be playing DPS, of course. Unlike most other players that I would, you know, do dailies like that with, he would run ahead and hit packs for me. But the key thing is that he knew that I knew that he was going to do that, and he knew that I was just gonna deal with it because I was, you know, 1 second behind him. I was just gonna pick it up. The reason he was attacking was because he assumed that I would be there in 1 second, so it didn't matter that he hit it first. And while we might be assuming people are forcing their way of play onto others, they might also just be used to playing in a certain way and know that, well, normally it works fine, so they don't even realize that it's a problem in the first place. But you see these disagreements enough times, and, well, the ones that are, like, has to deal with the, like, fallout of that will eventually get very, very tired and annoyed with it. Like, for instance, the kind of player that has, like, an instantaneous meltdown as a tank because of DPS, or a healer. Like, say a healer clicks, I heard this the other day, healer uses arrow on a mob as the tank is running up to it, but the tank hasn't hit it yet. And then the tank just explodes into, like, fireworks spelling out, you pull, you tank. The reason why this happens is rarely, it can be because they're just, like, too high on their own fumes and they're just They just want to have full control. The more likely reason is that they have dealt with too many that mess with them by pulling too fast, and they like this is the reaction. This is the after effect. So it makes it difficult because there can be a lot like the reason why something happens can be a lot more complicated. Nicholas says that only proves my point. With like one sentence, you can set the expectation and more easily adjust to whatever you're doing. I enter a lot of duties, Nicholas, where I say hi and no one says anything. If I instead replace my hi with how much would you like me to pull, guys, it's possible that I'll sit there with nothing. And some of the reason why people stop asking is because people stop responding. That's actually something I mentioned a while back, like a long time ago, is that a core difference that I noticed coming into Final Fantasy XIV is that it is normal to say hi when you enter a duty. Just hi! Atamiel says, is it better to do pure level roulette for leveling or do the daily then highest dungeon? Once you've done the leveling roulette, spamming leveling roulette doesn't do anything anymore. The only thing you can, like, the only thing it adds beyond that is, like, if you don't care what dungeon you get, technically leveling roulette allows you to queue for all of the leveling dungeons at once. But if you get Sastasha on your second leveling roulette while you're level 60, you get nothing out of it. So you should do leveling roulette for the daily, but once you've done the daily, just queue for the duties that actually help you. Right, I will queue when it says 16. Hey, Rongsalin! Hope you're doing well. And Neon Sparrow, and Avarian. But yeah, basically what I'm getting at, Nicholas, is that like I have a whole video about the silent language of dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV, because a lot of these things like is like just silent communication. And most players are in like the few players that need that like assurance of the tank asking the healer how much would you like me to pull and things like that. Like the few where the agreement is where there isn't an agreement in the party are rare enough that the vast majority of players will be fine by just queuing and then just going for it and not communicating. Jack says, this is also going to sound so rude, but I cannot be bothered putting down my controller just to ask about that. Yeah, that's also a good point, is that sometimes the reason why your fellow player isn't responding to what you're saying in the chat is because you might be sitting like this, ready on the keyboard. Meanwhile, they're sitting like this, like... and they don't care. It's a really, really, really weird situation. But yes, if you could just have 5 seconds to say, how much would you want? I would like this much. A lot of disagreements could be solved. The thing is, the majority of players don't seem to mind. And the few where there is a disagreement, well, it is a multiplayer game, it is a social game. Big oof. Thank you, Aerodel. And also, hey, I'm Serena. Hope you're doing well. What do we get now? More often than not, I've experienced online tantrums when not meeting that expectation. In just making sure, in Final Fantasy 14, doing like roulette content. Right. You see, the thing is, like, as you can see, at least whenever I do mentor roulette, like, 99% of my duties, nothing happens. Like, nothing scary happens. It's fine. However, speaking of scary, I forgot to take my potions out of my chocobo saddlebag, so this might get spicy. I hate those monkeys. Come here. Thank you. Hey, Seraph! Hope you're doing well. And Hobozan, hope you're doing well as well. Painting? Ooh, what are you painting? Are you in? Doomtrail! Man! That sounds more awesome than this, Jack. But that's actually an interesting point about the option to leave, Nicholas, because an interesting thing about the vote kick feature is that, and I'm not even joking, part of the reason why that feature is a little bit of a gray area is because while it isn't actually an option when you like click the vote kick option, it is a legitimate reason to kick someone that there's just a disagreement between party members. Which is to say, if you're in a party and the disagreement is too great, an accepted solution is just kick the one that is most in disagreement. Which is also the reason why when Philippe, I think it was, said that a friend of theirs got kicked for going too fast, I didn't go, oh wait, that's illegal. I just went, well, that can happen. It's because technically, if the whole party agrees that this individual was going too fast, then that's legit kick. That's fair. I wouldn't do it, but if they're all in agreement, then okay. Aurelia. In-game comms might solve some problems, but not likely to happen. I'll say that I've played games that were not like shooters, where there was in-game voice comms. As far as I know, the common result of them being available is that people will immediately mute that. Hey Fern, hope you're doing well. Jack says the more people tend to complain about pulls between data centers. I've only got maybe 3 or 4 salty people this entire expansion about me getting the tank zoomies, which I always apologize for. I don't know. Like, as I said, Nicholas saying that they've had a lot of bad experiences is surprising to me, considering that, like, you can check this just based on the sheer amount of, you know what, I'm gonna pull smaller now. I am getting a little worried over the amount of health I drop to with these pulls. I'm trying to pull a little smaller here. I don't know if it's a me issue or if it's a healer issue. It doesn't matter whose fault it is. You can check either through the Mentorship videos or through the streams the vast majority of the duties I get. Nothing happens. No one complains. There are cases where, like, someone is pulling a little bit, like, out, like someone pulls for someone, like, for the tank, or the tank is a little slow or something. I might point it out in the video that was weird. But that's also the end of the story. I'm like, there's nothing else to say. And when a DPS pulls for the tank, most of the time, nothing happens. I don't know if it's a me thing. Maybe I'm too well known, so people see me and they know that it'll be bad. But I feel like people are consistent enough in pointing out they know me when they know me. I was like, Dan, hope you're doing well. And Renee's. That's also an important point, Jack, that the players that want the duty to go faster, if they know what's good for them, complaining or arguing with the people that want it to go slower is not going to help anyone. It's going to make it go even slower, and the ones that wanted it fast are not going anywhere faster as a result. That's actually an interesting situation. I'll say Taliban's there earlier. Hope you're doing well. And Joshua, I think I missed you earlier. I hope you're doing well as well. And that's also an important detail, Rin, which is also part of the reason why I personally, generally, am pretty indifferent to, like, some people lose their mind over the suggestion of pulling really big at the very start of a duty because you don't know if your party can handle it. Meanwhile, Kai is looking at something because it looks like something isn't working. Thank you so much for the super chat, Nicholas. I really appreciate it. I don't know why my overlay thing isn't showing anything, but I really very much appreciate it. As I've said it before, but Kai's level of engagement with the community is top tier. A little appreciation for that and the entertaining mix-ups in the videos. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. What was I saying? Yes, the fact that the worst thing that can happen most of the time is that you wipe and then you just try again is part of the reason why I'm like, and so what if you pull too big? So what? If the tank pulls too big or someone else pulls for the tank ending in too big pull, if we wipe, okay, we try again. My general approach, if I'm tanking and we end up wiping because I pulled like really big, I don't go, oh, it was the healer's fault, so they just have to get good. I just say, sorry, I'll pull smaller, and generally speaking. Either the healer says nothing and I pulse more, or I have actually had cases where they go, no, 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 no. Run that back. I wasn't ready. I'm ready now. Try that again. Just do it again. Same pull, exactly the same. There might be some mobs dead. I think we can do it this time. And then I just do it again. And if we die again, okay. I do not mind. I came to play. Exactly, so put me back in the ring. I didn't hear a bell. And Serena says, never seen him in game, I guess on different servers or something. If you're not on Chaos or Light, there's an extremely small chance that you'll run into me. Basically 0. If you are on Light, the probability that I will run into you is extremely small because I'm on Chaos. If you're on Chaos, I mean, if I'm live doing mentor roulettes, there's a pretty good chance. It's actually pretty funny when I do dailies sometimes with just a couple friends or something and not streaming. I also run into people that recognize me. Like the other day, I was doing, Erdel and I was doing Cinder Drift because mock tomes, and my co-tank recognized me. I was like, hello YouTube? I'm like, no, I'm not online right now. I'm not streaming or recording. But hey, and then like 3 minutes into the fight, they got disconnected and didn't come back for the rest of the duty. And we somehow managed on Cinder Drift, which is a duty where it's a problem if you only have one tank in phase 2. I will queue when it says 33. To shoot the shot. I mean, yeah, I don't mind. And I believe that is part of the reason why people tend to, like, tell me when they recognize me. Because I've said, go ahead. If someone mentions that they recognize me, I'm also more likely to stay for a little bit after at the end of the duty. So if you're like, well, I want to say something, but there's no time, usually I'll stay so you have a chance. Hey, Valanti, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the cheer. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a good day at work. Are we getting an extreme? No. It's everything birds, guys! It's very orange. Everything birds! I just remembered as I was starting this opener that... oh, whoops. I also just remembered that. I just remembered that double solar is optimal at this level. Oh well, whatever. 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 Spiral orbs! Whoop, 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 whoop. Ooh, you know, I was just thinking a bit ago that for a moment, I think it was second. And then Meteor's like, oh, that doesn't seem good. But it doesn't matter, it's normal raids. Oh, right. That's not a raid wide. Oh, very nice. I think we had 2 players, me and someone else, dealing with all of the explosions there. Nice. Oh. Our black mage knows me. And it appears Rost is here as well. Well, that's a little awkward. I mentioned before that me hiding, like setting the names to just the initials, makes me almost feel like I'm blind. As in, I can't tell who's there and who's who. Do you think that double solar mid-battle was worth it? Will we have another 2-minute burst? Put your guesses in the chat. Ow. Maybe we won't if I die to not paying attention to the boss. Ow. Well, looking at the health, I have a feeling the answer's a big fat no. Ooh. Nice. Would you like orange on orange? The classic. Ooh. Crusher says, failed duty on Ramu Extreme. Ah, oof. Oof, oof, oof. I'll queue when it says 15. Agent Monica says, that reminds me of a time where I got into a Heavensward Alliance raid with Meoni and ended up disconnecting around the second boss. Oh. Oh, man. I think it was in Endwalker, I believe I landed in Aglaya with Meoni. Cyrilia says, I know it's unlikely, but every time I queue mentor I fear getting Zeroma's Extreme. Let me put it like this, Cyrilia. I have mentioned this in a video about the problems of Mentor Roulette. Where a part of the discussion comes down to, like, what makes mentors a lot of the mentors that have done a lot of mentor roulettes, annoyed that people queue for extremes is not, oh, I don't want to do a challenging duty. I don't want to work for my reward. The problem is not the players that show up prepared and quick to learn. Like, for instance, Crosshair here says that the problem is that they spent a full hour with players not understanding how Chaotic Strike works. Chaotic Strike on Remote Extreme is the thing that makes you, like, feared and then you die. That is what makes people like, can you do your homework before you queue? And if you've done your homework, you would also know not to queue and things like that. I don't mind people queuing for extremes. My point that I'm getting to here is actually, in that video, I said I have never gotten an extreme higher than Rathalos and Susano. Anything newer than that, never seen it in Mentor Roulette, personally. I've heard others have, but my expectation is, if you landed on Zeroma's Extreme, if you're the kind of mentor to be like, no, I'll sit through it, I'll give it a go, I'll give it my best shot, you would probably land in party with like 6 other mentors and one guy who queued for it. One of those other mentors will probably leave. Just like that. And if one leaves, there's a very high chance a few more leave. And if they leave, you will probably be like 3 or 4. And it'll take far too long for the party to be replenished. Which means the rest will leave. And then, like, you can with pretty... You can with like, I would say, without feeling bad about it, conclude that that was never gonna work and just leave. And I imagine that Shadowbringers and Endwalker extremes, that would also be the case. Most Stormbloods as well. I've seen people leave on sight on some Heavensward extremes. Also, Desperage, hope you're doing well. I personally think problem is, for example, for tanks on Extreme Shiva and Ramu insta-pull without even reading chat. If they're clueless, oh boy. Even if you provide them tips directly. Yeah, that is true. There are definitely bosses where it's like, the particular player in that slot, if they don't know what they're doing, then there's nothing you can do. Yeah, this is very easy. If the other tank wants to take the wheel, I'll let them. And then I'll just be ready to pick it up if there's any problems. Also true, Desperage. I would actually say, like, the thing I'm referring to when I'm like, the problem of the players that are underprepared is like, I've done like Sephiroth Extreme with double Curebot, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, going into Party Finder and doing them is way easier if you can get a party going, because you don't have, bruh. I've done Ramu Extreme with, I believe, double Curebot and an Ice Mage in the same party. Collecting party at this moment in Party Finder is impossible. Yeah, generally what you have to do if you want to do an old extreme is probably find communities for it. But the key is mostly that, on average, the party you would get not from random, like, Duty Finder, is going to be way better than what you get from Duty Finder, is what I'm getting at. This is my spear. The spear from me. Oh, I think my co-tank is gonna die. That was the one time where I wasn't ready for them dying. And I think the healers were distracted too. I should have provoked sooner. I suddenly had too many things at once, so I couldn't. I should have just provoked immediately when the tank buster was like winding up. Then I might have been able to save them. In retrospect, I should probably have not used No Mercy there. Because looking at what's happening with my team here, I think we may need to stall damage. And that's very considerate. Wow. Yeah, that's not happening. I just realized Tina Lee is in the party. Doesn't this phase sometimes get skipped? The second spear phase? Yes, sometimes. Sometimes it also overlaps with then the enrage check or DPS check at the end. There's only so much I can do as a tank in the party. The one thing that can help a lot is spreading out more. Exactly because the boss has these like completely unannounced circle AoEs on random players. Thank you, Yodel. Oh no! Oh, that's really bad. We just need to stabilize and this will be fine. I specifically took over because he was dropping very low. in the same phase where he died last time because the healers and everything else, like a lot of things happening. So it's just not necessary to put that also on the healers. It's also actually a pretty solid way to do it, is to just swap tank after the tank buster so that you can like safely heal the tank that just got hit. It's just usually it doesn't matter. Oh, that sucks. Well, at least it slowed our damage so perfectly that we didn't have the juice to get him into the DPS check phase while everyone had an attack speed slow. It's amazing. Hey! Yeah, what's really scary about that, Cerulean, is that I have wiped to the heart and like to the DPS check itself once in like a mentor roulette party. And the reason why was, well, first of all, we had some weakness debuffs and whatnot, like people had died. But also, due to that, the second wave of spears spawned like exactly as the DPS check started. Like Odin hit 15% as the spears landed. And like most of the party wasn't even looking at Odin, so he just went into his DPS check while people were cleaning out spears, and we didn't make the DPS check. Like we were short enough that we could have made it if people weren't doing other stuff. Like that can happen. And interestingly, it's scarier that it works that way. Also, you know me. Hope you're doing well. Phoenix says, maybe I take that back. This shouldn't be added to the roulette. Yeah. It's just hard enough that you would hate to get that duty in Trials Roulette with the wrong players. Anyway, I'll be right back, and then more Mentor Roulette. In the meantime, mana tea restored. There's also a pretty hard heal check sometimes with those spears and stuff. Alright, I'm back. Philippe says, I can just imagine the outrage when they reveal it's not a Nier Ultimate. I was told that... The funny story on that, I was told first that, oh, this thing with it, like, the TV static, it's a sign. Then I was told that that was a joke. And I was told that actually that kind of TV static thing is how they always reveal ultimates. Except FRU. But if I remember correctly, a little bit later, I was told that no, actually, Top didn't have TV static either. And Dragon Song didn't either. Or something like that. I didn't go to check, so I don't actually know if that's true or false. But... I just thought it was funny because... minus FRU... I do think something that is interesting to consider is that if FRU doesn't count, then how long has it been since the last Ultimate? There's a significant amount of players that might have gotten into 14, not cared for live letters, reached the point where they care about ultimates, reached the point where they care about live letters before this ultimate release, which means that they might actually have no idea what the gold standard is for these things, which I think is really funny. Dance has just had a Dark Knight in Hawk Manor who claimed they were doing it for the first time. Huh? I believe if you buy a story skip, that could be one way to do it. I don't know if you can unlock Dark Knight early by paying for, like, a level skip or something. For Dark Knight specifically. It's also possible they meant first time tanking. They might also have been joking. Like, honestly, they could have been messing with you. I'll queue when it says 18. Hawkeye in an MSQ dungeon? Is this an MSQ dungeon? Orf says they can by paying for it. There you go. That might be the explanation. Thank you. Orf. Orf it up. Thank you, Jack. And that's awesome. You know... I was just thinking... In the ad break... Huh, it's been a bit since I've gotten a Guildhest. Maybe there's like... Maybe people like have lost interest in doing Guildhests. Maybe. Like, that could be cool. That I wouldn't mind that. Little did I know. You know what's really funny here? I wonder if the thaumaturgy is sleeping the turtle because they was hoping it would work due to the objective. Ta-da! That was close. And we're in the good use of rescue, right? That would have been an incredible way to lose my streak of non-failed mentor roulettes, wouldn't it? I'll queue when it says 36. Could you imagine? I don't know how long it's been, but the failed duty counter in the series has been on 8 for as long as I can... Like, I can't remember. I think the last failed duty was a Ramu Extreme. Maybe it was one of the Nidhogs. So welcome back to the Cult of the Pigs, Zen. Thank you so much for the support. That one works. Red Master says, I have over 2,000 hours in 14 and have never done a guild test. I mean, it's a very, very hidden away content, honestly. Even though they say that it's there, they say it in text you could easily miss. And it doesn't really add anything you need. I was like, dogs! Albeit we will. Difference is that laves can be easily accessed from an inn. True. Philip says the reason I don't have Mentor Roulette unlocked is because I don't want to do guild tests. That's fair. Oh boy. It's the fake tank in need, guys. Yeah, to be fair, unless you specifically want the Mentor Roulette achievement and whatnot, you'd probably honestly be better off just queuing for the kind of content you want in particular, or finding groups of the kind of content you want, rather than trying to like use the Mentor Roulette as like a wheel to find something. Oh boy. I think this is Mock Tomes, yes. At least I picked a job that is really good at a duty like this. Just cycling jobs or something. This time, so what I'm doing to try and get some variety without also getting screwed when the queue is long is that I'll queue for about a minute as DPS. If it doesn't happen, I'll queue for about a minute as tank. And if that doesn't work, I'll queue as healer. And, well, the probability that I'll have to queue for over a minute as healer if the 2 other roles didn't work is low. Let's just say that. But this is the first time so far that I've had to go healer. I mean, the reason is that when I've gone, oh, I would like to get a bunch of duties done, so I'll go healer. We get a lot of duties that are really, really long. When I'm like, I'd like to duties to go fast, like get a bunch of duties done, so I go tank. Then for some reason the queue is really long anyway. And when I'm like, oh, I'll just go DPS. Then the queue is just exceptionally long. So this is like me trying to optimize for just getting to play game. Rust got Sephiroth Extreme, but with only 4 people remaining. Oh no. That one might be difficult to salvage. Congratulations, Sam! I just realized we have double barred. Double barred. Nothing wrong with that, but it's a little funny. Also makes me think, I wonder if... So, the bards... would probably still be best served by using Mage's Ballad with their Raging Strikes. But one bard could use Battle Voice, like on the odd minute? Or something. Like, at least at a different time from the other bard. And then, because they don't have, you know, permanent song, it would probably help for one of the bards to, like, hold their army's payon, like, about 30 seconds. That way you get army's payon for, like, 85 seconds? 75 seconds? 75 seconds. And then Mage's Ballad for the remaining 45. Which one is better for Raging Strikes? Is 50 again? Mage's Ballad. Basically, Bard's GCD kinda sucks at level 50. So getting more OGCDs is better. And this, I believe there was something interesting in Endwalker that Mage's Ballad, once you had Wanderer's Minuet, eventually Mage's Ballad became your weakest song. So you wanted that one to be second in the line because you wanted the Army's Muse to go on Wanderer's Minuet, but you only wanted to be in Mage's Ballad for the minimum possible amount of time. But I don't believe that's the case now. I'm pretty sure Mage's Ballad is second place. which funnily enough would not actually change the ordering then. No, that's exactly it, is that because of the existence of Army's Muse, Army's Paean has to be third, so that it is so that the first one in the order is right after Army's. For those that don't know what Army's Muse is, understandable. It's one of those things which is not uncommon for Bard actually, where the tooltip for the action itself doesn't include it, but there's like a trait with like a bunch of lines. Like Imperial Arrow doesn't say anywhere that it activates repertoire because it's a trait. But Army's Muse is that when you switch from Army's Paean to a different song, or I can't remember if it's 10 or 30 seconds after. I think it's up to 30 seconds after, actually. It will be turned into Army's Ethos, which basically is like a trap buff that activates when you go into a different song. And what it does is it applies something like 75% of Army's Paean's effect from when it was active, which usually would be, 75 of the maximum effect for the first for the first 10 seconds of your next buff, which is also the reason why when you do your 2-minute burst, it typically has to be under optimal circumstances. You enter Wanderer's Minuet and you immediately start blasting. While you could start bursting in the middle of it, then you don't get, Army's Muse. That's huge value loss. I'll say it's ADO. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for the resub. Hope they never make the songs fit the 2 minutes. It's such a unique thing about. You know what's really funny about that, Philippe? Back in the day, the songs lasted, I believe, 30 seconds and had 80-second cooldowns. I believe Raging Strikes also had an 80-second cooldown at one point while we're at it. I'll say, Glane, hope you're doing well. And was sucked about having to use Army's Paean as the second song made for a very boring playing time. No, third song. But yeah, having I guess what you mean is being in Army's Paean for more time was a little lame because it's just spam burst shot. If that's what you mean, I can see that. Right. I can see it. Personally, I didn't play enough Bard to really care either which way. I have a little bit of a reputation for being exceptionally bad at Bard in practice. I know how it's done. I just can't do it. And whenever I play Bard on stream, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when I forget to reapply my dots. The tooltip for the trade for Army's Paean is really long and confusing. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, if they included the tooltip about Army's Muse and Army's Ethos in that tooltip, it would actually be longer than Starry Muse. But I think the reason for that is that for some reason, Final Fantasy XIV never decided to just make like a shorthand for the effect that effects like Army's Paean or Ley Lines or Presence of Mind or Starry Muse actually apply. So they always have to go something like reduces the recast time of weapon skills. I can't remember it exactly. Something like reduces the recast time of weapon skills and spells, and the time between, or the delay between auto attacks or something like that, by 15%, which ends up being like 4 or 5 lines of text. Are you better with Bard or Ninja? In a single target boss fight, I'm probably better at Ninja. In a duty, I think I might be better at Bard. But I suck at both. Ross says we waited for tank for 10 minutes and abandoned duty. Understandable. Still sucks. Are they jagged? Hope either we will. They call the mall because we don't just go to one store, we go to the mall. You're welcome. Thank you. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. You know what's funny about that in a way, Rust? I think I've mentioned this before. My first failed Mentor Roulette was Sephiroth Extreme. The difference is that when I failed it, it was like I was there from the start. And we failed due to the duty timing out. If I recall correctly, it was even like the mechanic where he just shoves you off the arena was done incorrectly. We hadn't beaten like the Storm of Words yet, so we just got shoved off into the goop, and then we timed out. Something like that. Just whee. He just shoved us out of the duty. Almost poetic in a way. And my experience of that was that was one of my first Mentor Roulette, so that actually got me to be like, okay, well, in retrospect, I don't feel like Mentor Roulette is for me after all. And then I think the next time I did a Mentor Roulette might actually have been when I made the first A Good Day in Mentor Roulette. Where I landed in a pretty epic Shiva run. And then the second episode had Zorvan Extreme, which we won with like one tank alive. With too little time remaining on the timer for us to actually try again. And winning. Now that's a Mentor Roulette. Nice. Sam says, did you go into this series thinking you would actually do 2,000 roulettes, or did you imagine yourself stopping partway through? When I made that first A Good Day in Mentor Roulette, that was meant to be a one-off. And then I decided to make some more. How many more do you need? Over 500. Say me cool. Hope you're doing well. And also, ISO for once. Hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, I still need over 500. LQ when it says 14. I do believe that you can also see that in the whole, like, Endwalker part of the series, I don't believe I even keep track of like how many of what duties I get. So it isn't until Dawntrail that I start to actually keep clear track of how many I've done. I believe the Endwalker part of the series I finished on 200 Mentor Roulettes. So that does mean that we've done like nearly 1,300 Mentor Roulettes in Dawntrail. Yeah, 500 is still a lot. Game said no more DPS. You have to be support now. That's weird. Guildhests tank. Thank you, Ardell. Alex says, you did finish on 200. I've been going through them because now I can watch the spoiler duties. Oh, nice. I do believe that I also deliberately, specifically finished on 200. Like, I aimed for that number. Ah. Will the monk just be forced to sleep through that? I guess they will. What? The healer does not care at all. Wow. Sure, a lot of enemies appearing. 3 enemies appear. An enemy appears, guys. An enemy appears. An enemy appears. Guess what, guys? You guess what happened, guys? 7 enemies appear. You know, that's a good point. Where's the Scholar Pit? Wow. I will queue when it says 37. Which one were you in the last duty? Nap time. They called you and can't read the name. The bard. Ah. Fair enough. It's a little complicated, Sam. I believe at the start, yes, I think I was like deliberately going, I'm just doing 10. Exactly 10. So if Guildhests comes up, that's one of the 10. Too bad. But at some point, I don't remember exactly when, I switched from 10 duties to something like I would actually, I would sit down for a session, right? And I'd play for 3 hours, and I'd see how much I'd get. Can't remember if that was when start of Dawntrail that started doing that. But it wouldn't surprise me if part of the reason was that dreaded machinist set that some of you may remember. With you know what's extra weird about that with the Guildhests set here is it's specifically tanks drowning in Guildhests today. Oh, thanks. Thank you. I feel very healthy now. It's a Lancer. Ah, thanks. I don't know what I'd do without that cure cast. Woo-hoo! I almost died, guys, but I got a cure cast. I'll queue when it says 35. The particularly funny about it, Flims, is that, as I think I do believe I pointed out, that set was I believe that was the first bad day in Mentorship that I labeled like that. And there were a bunch of comments that were like, what do you mean bad? That's basically the freest set ever. Why are you complaining? I'm like... I don't know if I ever put it in a video. But at one point, I definitely have pointed out that some players are so focused on optimization that if a feature was added in which you could level a character by just stepping into a room and doing nothing, and you would just gain experience, and it turned out to be the most efficient way to level, people would do it. And they would love it. They'd say they did, at least. Nej, dansen! Hope we will. And Yarani. Wait, was Dansen and Yare both in that Guildhest? Sunken Temple of Khan. Ooh. It's very possible. Yeah, exactly, Flims. From my perspective, me going, that sucked, just getting a lot of Guildhests, is precisely... It's a little boring. But if you're there for the achievement, getting like 25 Guildhests in a row is actually like God mode. Wow. We have an angry astrologian in our party. Oh boy. Ankylogian. Easting arrow. Hope you're doing well. That's nice, Yare. The astrologian believes that the shield healers at this level, or at least believed, I corrected them, believed that the shield healers already have their gauges at this level. Which of course they don't. And he acted like the only thing he has is cards. While he also has essential dignity. Exactly, Vetna. It's level 45. When I corrected him, he called me a nerd. Come on, man! Like, you're the one acting like you know stuff and you're mad that game bad, but look, man. I then corrected him that I'm actually a professional nerd. Of course I would know exactly what level the barrier healers learn and like unlock their gauges. I made guides. Hey, Turbo! Hope you're doing well. And Wolfkin. And Vetka. Am I still in combat with one of the heads above? Thank you, Ardell. What's extra weird about it in the Sackboy is that I'd argue that at this level, Astrologian is still by far the strongest healer. Exactly, Wolfkin is like, nerd? Oh, you know, actually. They also just realized they have light speed. Yeah, not only does Astrologian have light speed, and Essential Dignity, and cards. They also have the strongest dot at level 35. Or 37. They don't have the strongest, like, single target attack. But they're, like, shared for 3rd place. And the fact they have such a busted dot sort of makes it irrelevant. Combust is 500 potency over 30 seconds. Aero 1 is, I believe, a combined 350? I'm relatively sure that Aero 2 is still not 500 potency, but I'm actually not sure on that one, so... Why did I do that? This is one of those cases where I'm like... This guy seems to dislike leveling so badly that I'm like... I mean, do you need Astrologian levels? Doesn't sound like you like the job. If you're mad that all you have is your cards, then I'm like, that's the whole selling point, buddy. Like that's the whole sales pitch. But it is one of those cases where it's like, I just wonder, like, what is it? Do they need Astrologian at max level for something? Or are they leveling because they need to fill the bar? And if they need to fill the bar, then why do you need to fill the bar? Maybe leveling all of them for the mounts? Yeah, and then I'm just like again, I'm like, that's the thing, Paranti and Mike. Yeah, but if you hate it, if you hate the whole journey, is it really worth it? There are so many other mounts you could have. But I need the number to go up. For all 100, there is no mount, but there is one for all 80. And there is indeed a mount for 100. But there isn't one for 90. I believe on 90 it's just a weird hat. Say no to mechanics. Anyway, the ninja was pretty cool. There's also people who just do it for the general achievement, so that might also be a reason. Yeah, I'm basically what I'm saying, Paranzi, is if you're like achievement farming for the sake of the achievements, then I'm like, surely you enjoy the journey of doing that, right? Right? I think the ninja was even an Ellison, right? Rare elf win. Not even rare. It's just rare because elves are rare, not because elves have rare wins. I will queue when it says 32. $90 was a hat. But it might as well have been nothing, if I recall correctly. It was a pretty lame hat, if I remember correctly. Exactly, Naomi. Oh, well. Oh boy. 8-man content, guys. Oh, wow. Well, to be fair on that one, Shuki, is that, I mean, you in this game you can be an elf, or rather a lizard person. In a lot of other games you can be an elf. So a little bit more like reason that you might be like, well, in this specific one, you can be lizard. Can't be lizard in a lot of other games. At least not this kind of lizard. This kind of lizard. I will say Catgirl is becoming more common, so that one might be a little bit less of a selling point. But apparently a lot of people like it. Can be a lizard in Elder Scrolls? Yeah, different kind of lizard. I've heard from Sip that that's the kind of lizard he would want in this game. I don't think I would be playing that one. Like, nothing against it. I don't think I would. Come down! No, I know, Sibla. My point was more that I'm pretty sure that there is actually like the option of Catgirl specifically is getting more and more common as an option in like MMOs, I feel like. My god, it's the slowest missiles in the world, guys! Here they come! Oops. I always forget that that's a knockback. Well, like, I could go for it. The problem is that there, like, then I would be leaving one as well. Load. Well, I feel like I did decently well. Ew, ow. Ew-wee! Bam! Oh, whoops. Okay, well, we actually managed to somehow solve it this time. Hey! Usually the reason why the reason why I might have something on the normal look Tessie can be something as simple as, oh, the importance of this information is high enough that the bigger, fancier visual helps me more. But then again, when I was fixing my UI the other day because I was changing resolution, I was surprised that that I was using the gunbreaker simple. I was like, what? Which is extra weird because I'm the one using it. It says how much I pay attention. Actually, let's just check. What does the simple one look like? It's extremely small. It's because it's 60%, but that is a classic for me. If I'm using the non-simplified version, there's a lot higher chance that I have it extra small. Extra small. I will queue when it says 25. My god, alliance rates. Particular one where I don't see myself using the simple one ever is probably the Black Mage gauge. He felt said, oh, hope you're doing well. That's awesome! Hey! I think there's also something that some of the non-simple versions are like I need the number to be very clear if there is a number and things like that. Which is meanwhile White Mage, I don't think I'd ever want to use on non-symbol again. White Mage's healing gauge symbol is, or rather non-symbol, is quite something. You pay attention to that blip on the flowers. By the way, the blip like fades in and out all the time. It looks awesome, but it's terrible. It's really bad. Like, visually, amazing. Practically, not very good. Oh, extreme. Structure's here. The machinist knows me. Well, try this. Dustin, what are we doing with how to get chat bubbles to pop up like that? It's a setting. You have to go into the chat settings. Apparently, some of the people may recognize each other from an earlier extreme they did. That's not a bad sign. That they both communicate, but also that they did Rameau earlier. That's very good. Just barely didn't make it. I guess the other tank didn't realize there was a tank switch to begin with. Where's the Searing Wind over there? Oh boy. My god, that guy's chasing me! We can still recover from this. Ah, just barely didn't make it. Well, I either need to run for my life or we need a new tank. Yeah, being chained to the tank is an unfortunate possibility. And then you do it first. Makes no difference to me, but what does make a difference to me is that you should tank him in the corner. You know, I do feel like that was an amazing timing. I managed to steal the third stack and not even hit the other tank with it. I don't think our white mage quite got the memo. I don't know what to say. I feel like my co-tank isn't really paying attention. Did you not see it? He said okay to the tank switch thing. He said okay. He said he had read it. That means that I'm gonna be mad when he's not doing it. He said yes. He said okay. Well, normally, Crusher, that's a good sign. Hey, Featherless. Hope you're doing well and thunkered. Just a single dream and a lot of physics. Sam says that was the worst successful run of that fight I think I've seen. I feel like I've seen worse, but that was pretty bad. Hey, Twitchy! Good job on the machinist part of things. Yeah, pretty much, Tessie. The moment that last bit came up, I was like, I looked at my cooldowns, like, oh, that's not good. Then Ifrit left. I'm like, oh, well, now my cooldowns are ready. Cleared Ifrit Extreme today, boys, and it was clean. Well, I will say, some of you may have seen my series, The Extreme Countdown. I believe we beat Ifrit with 1 healer and 2 tanks. And the specific reason for 2 tanks was tank switching the flamethrower debuff. It was 1 healer and 2 tanks, nothing else. Which did mean, in fact, that the Scholar, which was me, was permanently under Searing Winds. Permanently. And was always chained to a tank. Let's just say that if that ever happens to you, the sweet spot is around 3 stacks on the chain debuff. Yep. And the only thing that was really a problem, I believe, was the last set of nails. You have just shy of 2 minutes to clear the nails. So I believe we popped like burst potions, held cooldowns for it. Basically, whoever was tanking Ifrit just had to, you know, go bulldozer. And just go for a nail, and the other tank just had to get out of the way. And, well, the scholar just stands, like, roughly in the middle. Hey, Dumpy! Hope you're doing well. I'm watching some video of you about difficulty. Came up with a bit of a paradox. If I pick a job that is the best at A because I like doing A, then I will always be more tested at everything that is not A. That's correct. Yeah. I have a harder time with things that job is bad at. Like Gyarados. That's true. Or alternatively, you might be extremely good at things the job is bad at because you keep having to find creative ways to handle not A. Meanwhile, you're actually pretty mid at dealing with A because you have the cooldown that just says Lamau and then A is solved. So when you don't have that cooldown for some reason, or for whatever other reason it doesn't quite work, suddenly it might be extra hard. I say future grits. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to become a mentor. Nice. Anyway, I'll be right back, and then more mentor roulettes. In the meantime, mana tea restored. Alright, I'm back. By the way, if you're enjoying the stream, it does help a lot over on the YouTube side with a like. You know, algorithms like that kind of stuff. So thank you so much in advance. Say Lex Noxus, hope you're doing well. Featherless says, like Bart having no movement, so if I'm in the wrong spot, in the wrong fight, I'm just dead. Actually, that's a good example of what Dumpy said and what I said, in that if you always play a job that has basically garbage mobility, you will probably get really good at pre-positioning. You'll get really good at going, oh, when this mechanic happens, I need to be over there because I won't make it otherwise because I don't have any movement. So you'll get really good at dealing with that weakness. But yeah, essentially, if you're in the wrong spot, you don't have any movement option because you're a bard, that would happen. That would happen. Movement as in dashes or speed boosts too? Well, Bot has neither, really. Like, yeah, they have repelling shot, but that rarely works. So all you have is really a sprint, right? But it's more the principle of the thing. Like, if you're used to playing, I don't know, Summoner, then your only movement option is the punch during the Ifrit section, which is a gap closer. You need to get to the boss. Unlikely to be available when you need it. It could if you plan for it, but it's not guaranteed. Meanwhile, if you play Black Mage, especially, you know, 7.2 Dawntrail style Black Mage, who cares? Just send a Xenoglossy and teleport to someone who did plan for this problem. Just teleport to someone else. You can do it every 10 seconds. You can just teleport to someone else. So you might be extremely bad at positioning. On the other hand, you might also be really good at knowing where you need to be in advance, because then you could put down ley lines. Say Paul and Twan, hope you're doing well. It's been a bit, Twan. Anyway, let's see here. I will queue when it says 40. Yeah, Git Blasters, have you ever tried an etheric manipulation mouse over macro? Absolute game changer. Yeah, it's what I use, actually. Would it be wrong for me to say healer should pull the bard then? Due to the slowness of rescues, I feel like that requires a lot of pre-planning for that to work. But it could work. Most broken ability in the game. Really hope they never change it. You know, it is funny. I believe back in A Realm Reborn, I'm pretty sure a theory manipulation had a 3-minute cooldown for a bit. And then it was like moved to like 1 minute or 30 seconds or something like that. And then I don't know when exactly it was moved to 10 seconds. But it is really funny how it kind of makes sense for Black Mage to have such a busted mobility option due to like their otherwise low mobility. But nowadays, among mages, I'd argue that Black Mage is very mobile. In fact, it's like mages in general are like mobile enough that ranged physical or mage, like it's actually fine for the most part. Oh boy. Lost city of Amdapor. There's poof balls everywhere, guys. And are those cacti? Like mutant cacti? Why are you guys getting Doomtrain and Arcveld while I'm getting this? I don't think I've gotten Doomtrain in Mentor Roulette. Maybe I've gotten Arcveld like once. Says you're getting this because like many others are doing Mock Tome dungeons. No, I have some bad news for you, Twan. This is roughly how my Mentor Roulette looked last week and the week before and the week before as well. And last week, by the way, we did it Monday, so Mock Tome event wasn't in effect yet. So it actually isn't that. If only it was just that. Oh. Well, I should probably pull a little bit smaller. That was not very good. I was just absent-mindedly pulling all of that. I mean, it happened the last few weeks as well that, like, I would land in, like, a leveling dungeon. And then I would read in the chat, people be like, oh, yeah, we just got an extreme. Or some other interesting stuff where I'm like, oh, cool, it's some Tower of Deepcraft again. Sweet. Epic. That's what I always wanted. See, this is the reason why people, like, the meta for this dungeon is to just not touch the chests and the whole dungeon. At least one is a mimic. So just don't touch any of them. Crusher says, I'm in the mail if it makes you feel better. Oh. Well, I don't really mind. It's just funny how people are getting Doomtrain, and I'm like, as I said, I'm here. I'm just here. Not even at Samtara Hard. It's been a bit with Samtara Hard, actually. Is it normal to swap between my 3 favorites while I'm finishing a MSQ? You can do that. If your gear is such that you can play all 3, then do it. Do what you like. Although being a little bit more focused on one job sometimes means that you get, like, more skilled at that one job. If that matters. I didn't realize that this mold colony is actually a physical object that you can't run through. I didn't mean to get hit by that telegraph. But I didn't expect that to be a solid wall. I've only played Bard ever since launch. When you say launch, Featherless, do you mean since Dawntrail? Or do you mean like, yeah, I played this game for over a decade. Bard's my jam. What of it? Since I started playing the game almost 8 years ago? Wow. I guess it does come down to, like, do you take a lot of breaks? Uh-oh. This is what we call bad. Looks like someone didn't learn the lesson about touching mimics. Or rather, touching chests in this dungeon. I don't feel like that pull is insane, but if your healer dies, there's not much you can do. What's the gear calculations? What level are you, Lex Noxus? Like, what level are we talking? Because the thing is, it can swing wildly. Presumably the ones near those gates. One of them is a mimic. Yeah, apparently there's two of them. I like that's what I mean is that I know that there are chests in the dungeon that are mimics. The meta to solve that is just don't touch any mimics at all whatsoever. Which is why I'm not entirely clear on which ones are mimics and which ones are not. Because you just don't touch any. 55 Astrologian right now? Well, let's just say that as you do the MSQ, it will give you gear as you go through it, Lex Noxus. If your average item level on a job is significantly below that, then you're probably behind. If you're doing a dungeon and the item level of the gear that drops there is way higher than what you're wearing, then you're probably below where you should be. But it is worth mentioning that it is pretty commonly known that the MSQ gives so much XP that you could easily level like 3 jobs as you do most of it. When you get to like Endwalker Dawntrail levels, maybe it might have to be reduced to 2, but the XP is there. But as long as you're using gear, like roughly gear around your level, then it should be fine. A level over stat numbers. No. Here's the thing, Lex Noxus. Item level determines how much stat is on the gear most of the time. Of course, if you're wearing a piece of gear that gives the dexterity and you're playing a strength job, then the dexterity doesn't do anything for you. However, if you look at a piece of equipment and you see like, oh, it has strength and stamina on it and has crit. If you're a job that needs strength, then the item level is usually all you need. Usually. There is one other factor. If it is crafted gear by any magnitude whatsoever, which includes some of the gear that you're given by quests, actually, rather normal quality gear, so the ones that don't have like that little golden flash in the corner of the icon and that like that little flourish on the in the item name, then it has 10% less stats than if it had been high quality. But the item level is the same. So that can matter. But for the most part, stats in Final Fantasy XIV are so simple that as long as you're using the item that says, you know, your job, like your job is on the list, you're good. I think it's something like this. Hopefully that'll do it. Nope. Didn't do it, I don't think. My god! Are these people not seeing the cleaves? I'm trying my best. I was trying to optimize for the highest mind and spell speed on every gear I had. If you're playing a healer, then as much mind as possible is good, but usually item level will do that perfectly fine for you. Spell speed, on the other hand, probably difficult to maximize, and also because Final Fantasy XIV, you won't get that much spell speed unless you're like a max level set, like a high point, you know, like 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 or something, because you won't be able to accumulate enough spell speed to do something really interesting with it most of the time. I will queue when it says 34. So, hey Matthew, hope you're doing well. What's your thoughts and feelings about Ninja? I think it's a really cool job. I would say its whole jutsu thing is like thematically amazingly good. But I'm not very good at it. I prefer jobs that are a little bit less focused on burst. Which probably explains why I like Black Mage so much. Jagged says, does anyone know if mantra increases Earth replies healing? Yes, it does. Because mantra increases all healing received. Notably, I believe the way it works is if mantra is active, when the heal over time effect from Riddle of Earth is activated by being hit, then the heal over time effect will be boosted. Mantra just needs to be active when you hit Earth's reply for that heal to be boosted. The thing that I think is a little bit of a miss And see, Jagged says, I know it doesn't work on Bloodbath, right? Because that's a different case, right? It doesn't work on Bloodbath because Bloodbath is a percentage healing effect. It doesn't work on Benediction either, because Benediction heals 100% of your HP. Bloodbath heals for a percentage of the damage done, and it will heal for precisely that number. Another example of this is that if you used Mantra, and it only hit... I guess say you used Mantra, or rather used the arrow, which increases healing received, on someone, and then a warrior used Nascent Flash on that person. The way that would work is that the warrior is not gaining any healing increase. The warrior heals themselves, Nascent Flash copies that heal precisely. I'm like 99% certain that Nascent Flash would be unaffected, unless the warrior is benefiting from the healing increase. Which is just me going, not exactly, to your follow-up question about potencies. It's really, it's complicated. The long story short is Final Fantasy XIV is mega jank. Also, Kraken Mo, hope you're doing well. Oh man. People getting worried already. We haven't even pulled. It's normal. Do hot snapshot the healing increase? Yes. If you apply a hot, while specifically you have to apply the healing increase effect, then the hot. Then the hot will gain the boost for the whole duration. Very interesting detail. Did you know that excogitation is a hot? I didn't need to use that much mitigation for that mustard bomb, but I have a feeling there might not be another one for a bit. How do you decide who's the main tank? It seems like Dark Knight just defaults to take the aggro at the start there, and how do you know when to switch? I turned on my tank stance, they turned on their tank stance. I saw them go forward first, so I let them tank. If you're going to, like, in regards to what people normally use to judge who should be tanking is, if both players are in on it, it's usually the one that has the most health. I have, like, a video on unspoken raiding language as well, I believe. Like, some, like, more silent agreements and stuff like that. But the answer is you don't really. In a duty where there is a tank switch, most normal raids don't have like mandatory tank switches. There can be cases where it's easier if you tank switch, but in this specific case, the reason why there was a tank switch was because I saw my co-tank had 200 HP after the tank buster. Or rather, I saw that they were low health already. So I tried to provoke so that they wouldn't get punched after the tank buster, so there wasn't a mandatory tank switch there at all. I just was a better player, concluding that I should help. I make a joke every so often about how there is this silent agreement in Final Fantasy XIV that that it would be rude to save the other tank. They probably has it under control, and then they die, and then you go, oh. And the only way you can fix these problems is by being the person that, like, be the change you want to see. But yeah, for the most part, when it comes to knowing, I sure hope people will help. When it comes to what you need, like when you need, how you decide who should tank and so on. All tank jobs are equally capable at main tanking, so there isn't like a rule that, oh, it has to be the paladin. There are arguments for every single one of them being the main tank. I think the only one where I would say there's probably actually a huge benefit to having that tank be the off tank, and that's that's a personal opinion, by the way, is Warrior is really good at off tanking. Arguably, or rather, the arguments that make Warrior a really, really good off-tank also makes Paladin a pretty solid off-tank. So it's not like I'm like, yeah, and Warrior's like, I'm way better at off-tanking than the other tanks. It's just that Nascent Flash is way nicer to just use on the regs when you're the off-tank, in my opinion. Because as the main tank, there's a lot of times where you're like, well, I need the mitigation myself. So but if you're the off tank, you don't have to worry about that. But all 4 tanks can be either role. So, like in this specific case, the only reason why the other tank tanked first is because they jumped in first. And I am pretty likely to just lean back and let them have it if they want to do it. I don't care. If they taunted back, I'd probably let them have it as well. It's just, I don't know if they actually want to have it. Hey Brianna, hope you're doing well. Yeah, the main reason why I would take over tanking is if the other tank is terrible or if they're dying. Otherwise, I'll let them do it. It's just I queued as a DPS first. I wasn't necessarily concerned about being tank in this run at all. Sometimes I do wish every job had some kind of dot. They used to, and it kind of. Let's just say that when the job mechanic becomes a checklist, it kind of feels like meaningless. Yeah, in this case, the only reason why there was a tank switch to begin with is because I was saving the other tank from certain death. Which I fail often, so I'm pretty glad that I got it this time. I thought you had started, like last week, Brianna. Hey, Lana. Hope you're doing well. I will queue when it says 56. Yeah, the long story short is that there isn't really a rule. All the stuff I said about how to decide who tanks first is like, most of the time, there's a whole thing with like people going like, oh, it should be this one, it should be that one. But it's very easily solved by the tank that pulls is going to probably be main tanking if they're not bad at it. Also, hey, TRM Shadow, hope you're doing well. Yashuki says, I remember Cursed World of Darkness run where the tanks kept fighting to be main tank. So much spinning of the eyeball. A pro tip. If the other tanks like are positioned correctly, but you're fighting over aggro, just stand on top of them. Although, to be fair, the eyeball boss in World of Darkness does a frontal cleave, so you should bet it would be better if you just like if you're fighting over it, just turn off your tank stance and let them have it. Only fight over it if they're like actually killing people. If they're killing people, then it's a whole different story. I have a Mentorship video that was like, I believe I put in the thumbnail how to freeze out a provoke tank, which features World of Darkness with a tank that was just spamming provoke on cooldown, and they were not positioning smartly. So I just, like, I provoked to grab it back, and then I just, the moment they provoked again, I just started spamming my ranged attack, which has a huge enmity multiplier. Thank you, Ardell. And spammed it until I had aggro again, which meant if they provoked again, I would just provoke back immediately. So it would just go, and just completely froze them out. The only way that they could do anything about it is if they knew to start spamming ranged attacks, but I was paying enough attention that if that would happen, I would probably start spamming ranged attacks again. It kind of sucks, but that's something you can do. Confused on when to use my buffs in random since I don't know everyone's rotation. Simply put, LexNoxus, if you've watched any of my job guide videos, you'll know that at higher levels, every single job cares about the thing known as the 2-minute burst. Assuming, in like a single boss fight context, that you've been staying on top of your rotation and using divination, you know, correctly in your opener, and correctly on the 2-minute burst and that, then you clicking your buttons at the correct time every time means that everyone else is doing that too. In dungeons, buffs are more likely to drift apart, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. You can't plan around that. You just can't. So you just continue to use your stuff as efficiently as you can on cooldown. The one thing with Astrologian is that optimizing your cards involves, like, on the odd minute, you will, like, on the even minute, that's where divination happens, you will have, you know, a set of cards. But on the odd minute, you have a set of cards without divination. The odd minute cards, you play the defensive cards as you please, and then you just hold, you just pocket the damage boosting card. You just sit on that one. And then when you use divination, play that damage card, draw more cards, and then play the damage card. And then you have, you know, the defensive cards for when you need them. But you just go divination, card, draw, card. You know, weaving that. But yes, you don't really think too hard on what everyone else's rotation is, because you can't. It's just not possible. I'll queue at fit 27. There's also something to be said that in 4-man content like dungeons, jobs without raid buffs usually perform a little bit better, because the jobs with raid buffs usually have, to some degree, been balanced around the assumption that they will apply to 8 players, not 4. Usually doesn't matter. But it is something to be said that there's only so much you can do. And that's just Fs across, like Fs in the chat, nothing you can do about it. It's good, close enough. There's also the part that, like, in the level 50s, 60s range, some jobs don't have enough of a structured burst that, let's just say if I'm playing, like, Reaper in a level 50 duty, and an Astrologian gives me a card, what's likely to happen is that I had, like, 50 gauge stocked. And the moment I see that I'm benefiting from a damage buff, I send it. Just smack the enemy, because with 50 gauge at level 50 is not very much for Reaper. But it does mean that I'm basically holding an attack, waiting for someone to buff me, and then I punch. So some jobs will be like, if you're sitting there waiting for them to do something, they're not gonna do anything. Because they're waiting for you. How much longer are you planning on going, by the way? Well, normally I do, like, Saturday streams for a lot longer, so at least for that, we start with that. But I don't know if I'll go all the way. And I got, we'll be doing well. So if the Astro doesn't buff me, kick them. Maybe not that. Friends, as all jobs having a dot could burst the debuff limit on bosses, by the way. Yep, funny story about that. Some of you may recall that I have made a Mythbuster video where we talked about the buff-debuff limit. I've also talked about it before in terms of, like, Final Fantasy 14 jank, just in general. The long story short is that in Final Fantasy 14, a unit can have a grand total of 30 buffs and debuffs combined, which means that if you already have 30 and then one more is added, it will either fail to connect or it will just shove something else out. I have been told that a band-aid fix to this is that some bosses have a hidden extra 30 slots. Which is to say, you just can't see those debuffs, but they're there, and they work. I haven't looked enough into it to know whether this is true or false, but I've been told that this is a thing. That's awesome, Branty. And the reason why, with the release of Stormblood, that a lot of jobs lost access to some arbitrary dot they could apply. I think I included a whole list. It demonstrating that the expansion that removed the most dots from the game was Stormblood's release. Is that like one reason why they removed it was because it felt like unnecessary button bloat. Like it's a whole extra button to use once every 30 seconds or 20 seconds or something, depending on the dot duration. But also because of the debuff limit. And that's also why I believe more jobs lost dots with the release of Shadowbringers. And also other things like so-called execute buttons were removed in Shadowbringers. An execute button is essentially an ability, it was usually OGCD actions with a cooldown, that could only be used when the enemy had less than a certain percentage in health. Which meant that, for instance, Bart could use Misery's End when the enemy had like less than 20 or 35% health, something like that. And it did like 200 potency, it was good. Solid damage. But you got to use it like maybe once or twice in a dungeon boss fight. Or like a couple times in a normal raid. And it was just there, taking up a slot. Like taking up space on your hotbar that was already full. Like I've seen footage of Heavensward gameplay where they have 4 hotbars, not 3. With everything being relevant and necessary. So they removed those because they didn't do very much very often. Didn't really matter. And it was the same story with the dots. But yeah, essentially, part of the reason why a lot of jobs don't have dots anymore, not as many, is partly because there isn't really space for it. We've actually, as I have sort of alluded to or mentioned, ran into the problem. A lot of... and that we're running into jobs actually being capable of hitting the buff cap on the players instead now. Like, they moved away from having a lot of debuffs and dots and whatnot on enemies, and then they forgot that the limit also applies to the players. Like, a dancer at peak capacity can result in like 10 buffs on the dancer. All the X-ready buffs, all of the random things where they need one buff to do one half and another buff to do the other half because this part stacks and this one doesn't. All of that stuff. Like, for instance, the reason why Sage's Karakoli applies 2 buffs is one part because it's the same buff that Tavrakoli applies, but also because the hot stacks, the damage reduction doesn't. So how do you do that? Well, one way to do it is to just have 2 buffs, I guess. I don't know what to say, Crusher. My observation has been that there's not really much of a difference between Light and Chaos in that department. There are just certain days. I can't quite put my finger on what causes it. Will they move? Or will they bleed? Monk, use your eyes. Come on, man. You know, Lex Noxus, a lot of the questions you're asking are things that I like tangentially explain in my Mythbuster series. But to your question, the reason why you don't need to maintain your HOT at all times on the tank is because most of the time the tank can also heal. And if you're maintaining a HOT on the tank while they have full health, then the HOT does nothing. And more importantly, healer damage matters. A healer can do somewhere in the ballpark of half the damage of a DPS, even more on AoE. So every time you cast Aspected Benefic on the tank, just cause while there's an attackable target, you're losing out on damage, valuable damage that your party could use. If the healing is needed, that's a different story. In regards to aggro, the aggro generated by healing over time effect is extremely small because sometime in Endwalker, early Endwalker, they made it so healing over time does not generate enmity. Which more precisely means if you cast Aspected Benefic on the tank, the 250 cure potency of applying Aspected Benefic generates enmity. The application of the buff itself, which is the HOT, generates like marginal amounts of enmity. But the healing from the HOT after that doesn't generate anything. It's 0. But also, tanks generate so much enmity that generally speaking, if you have aggro thanks to maintaining a HOT on the tank, they were probably doomed to fail anyway. Or they don't have their tank stance on. But the reason why you don't maintain your HOT at all times in 14 has nothing to do with aggro. It has everything to do with the fact that your GZD is more valuable than that. You can do more with that GZD than use a HOT on the tank in case they need it. You use the HOT if you know they will need it, or if you think it is a necessary safety precaution. Like, for instance, tank starts pulling, you use Aspected Benefic on them as they run up to start. Preferably you do it before they enter combat, because that application of Aspected Benefic might make the enemies look at you for a moment before the tank can pick them up, and that can be annoying, and some tanks get really huffy about that, when it shouldn't matter. If they're losing aggro to that, it's because they're bad. Like, legit skill issue. But once you have an attackable target, you go combust, 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 combust on them instead. But yeah, I have a whole series called Mythbusters. Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters, of course, not to be confused with that TV series. And in that one, I cover a lot of random things that you might or might not know, but your kind of questions, and it's not meant in a bad way, your kind of questions are things where it's like random musings like, should I do this, should I do that? A lot of it I cover in the context of answering similarly extremely exaggerated or unnecessarily complicated questions. Do you think you're more of an Adam or Jamie? Actually, Me Who Else, which is a friend of mine, who sometimes watches the streams, made an image of me as Adam and my manatee as Jamie, I believe. I sure hope I'm not mixing up the names. Like, to just give an example, your question about cards, I have an episode from Endwalker back when the cards worked differently on Astrologian. I have a whole episode where I just go down a rabbit hole of discussing the probabilities and stuff of getting what, and what is optimal to do and what is not optimal to do as a result of those observations. And it also, I believe, tangentially mentions the whole, yeah, but it also kind of depends on who's popping off on damage when your cards come up. But the difference is between information you can have and information you probably won't have. Though presumably be inspired by it. In part, yeah, Naomi. Although originally, and you can also see that on some of the early episodes, this series was originally just called Test Your Claims. Then, like, on the first episode, I think, someone was like, oh yeah, Mythbusters. And I'm like, that's genius! I'm stealing that! Me neither, Naomi, but it does look like we're kind of low on in the whole damage department. There's a playlist on the channel, Lex Noxus, in case you're having trouble. And you should be able to find with either Test Your Claims or Final Fantasy XIV Mythbusters. Right, let me just see if I can find the picture. What do you think? Dent says, had an interesting M12N earlier today. The boss had about 15% health left and bugged out a mechanic. It was trying to use Bring Down the House and failed. It just did auto attacks. I believe it... I don't think it bugged out. Not sure. I believe that a Lindworm at around 15% or so on normal, I think it's around then, it cancels whatever it's doing to switch to doing like 2 or 3 mechanics. Like it just loops Fixer, Tank Buster, and like one other thing until you kill it. But because 15% is not that long, usually it'll do like Fixer, Tank Buster, and then that last thing, and then it'll die, or die during that last thing. And I believe it specifically cancels all of those more elaborate mechanics, specifically to make sure that it doesn't die while the arena is broken. But yeah, this one is made by Mihu Else, who is also the one that has made the Small Kai in Sunglasses emote, the Laughing emote, and the Nodding emote over on Twitch. Among other things. Yeah, you just happen to time it just so that it looked like that, and... How's it, Spidiro? Hope you're doing well. I think I've seen the 4 ads in that boss fight. before, but it's been a long time. But that's also exactly the problem. I think I mentioned that in a video at some point, that there are a lot of bosses that are like, if they lasted a bit longer, the gimmick that they're doing would be a lot more interesting. Like, for instance, that Scorpion's whole boss mechanic is the arena shrinks, and every time it does its flying press thing, the circle, like the persistent circle AoEs it has put down, expand. I don't remember if they expand multiple times, but it does mean that if the fight drags on for too long, you don't have a lot of space, which is further emphasized by the fact that the boss likes to do a frontal cone and then like a huge back cone, like safe behind, like safe not in front and then safe in front. It's like a 1-2 combo. So if the fight goes on past those 4 ads, then it becomes actually problematic. And the Deadly Thrust actually is a tank boss that hurts, like really hurts. Anyway, I'll be right back. And I think we'll keep going for some more. In the meantime, mana tea restored. Alright, I'm back. Matthew says, I wish the second part of the fight had more on normal on Lindworm, and also says, Interfalls is the same, where it's like, nothing really happens in the second part. Yeah, it's true. I do feel like this, like the second part of Interfalls is particularly silly. It's really cool the first time, I'll say that, but it's also really short. Did you know that the like sort of limit break attacks that happen every X time in that fight does a percentage of the boss's health? So they're basically forcing the fight to happen within a certain time frame. The boss hit our enrage, yeah. I will queue when it says 57. I feel like victory laps, but it's like if you're going through the trouble of having this whole second phase, at least do more with it, especially since M12S has way more going on in it. That's not a fair comparison, Matthew. Lindworm doesn't actually have the phase 2. Like the phase 2 of Savage is like basically if you imagine like a train track. M12N goes down a completely different lane than M12S for phase 2. Like it's two completely different fights after you kill the Lindworm. So it's not the same. Furthermore, Savage end bosses have, at least since Stormblood, historically typically had like the fight go into overtime like that. So the fact that the normal version has like an extra surprise attack phase is more like a surprise than them going, oh well, you can't have the full version. It's just that the full like the extra long phase 2 of Savage version is traditionally how they do it, is that's in Savage. It is weird that they keep doing that, but it's also worth mentioning that the Savage version is actually made up historically in the game. The way that the story is actually going is that Lindworm, gets back up and then dies again. The Savage version is a comic artist going, but what if he turned into a guy? What if he turned into a dude? And then just multiplied? What then? Wouldn't that be crazy? Like, in a lot of, like, in every other Savage, the phase 2 is just not there. It's just that it's a different phase 2. I think it's good enough at doing what they mean to do. Do we need normal to start having second phases? Let's just say, Matthew, that you're asking for something that is, like... It would be cool if there was even more fight. But, the reason why the phase 2 is so much more on Savage is also because there's a checkpoint. Rin says, when Lindworm was obviously not gone in normal, I was almost hyperventilating in a good way, and he got up, and I was like, no way, we get the cool stuff even in normal now. I do think that it would be cool if normal didn't like get snubbed and didn't have the the cool stuff that the Savage version gets. But I will also say that part of the hype of those like extra secret phases of Savage comes from the fact that they don't exist on normal. Like that's just how it is. It would be cool if we could, have that secret without it being ruined in the other, like in the second half, one could say. But I do think it would be like that. It is nice that they at least included some surprise thing on normal as well. That is actually an interesting point, Matthew, because I was slightly disappointed that Everkeep, of all things, decided that the spinny blades from phase 1 weren't cool enough. So we just don't have them on extreme. I'm like, it's actually one of the most annoying mechanics in the whole fight. Why did you not keep those? I'll queue when it says 51. Oh, to be clear, Spidira, I'm not saying normal can't have a phase 2. The reason why I'm saying it's not the same is because Matthew looks at the savage phase 2, which is like, essentially, you could have a phase 1 and a phase 2 on a savage on a normal boss. The savage version then would have a secret phase 3 if it was like a tier ender. If the next expansion comes out with, you know, new raid tier, we call it G1 to 4. Then if G4N has a 2-phase fight, then the savage version likely has a 3-phase fight because they add an extra 1. I'm not saying you can't have 2 phases. You could absolutely do that. In fact, both Ruby Weapon and Emerald Weapon give you a checkpoint for it. And they're actually quite mean, those extra phases. On normal. Ruby and Emerald also aren't raids. Also true. Door boss and door boss. Phase 1 is they just put Faust back. And Faust door guys again. And then phase 2 is the normal version boss. And then there's a secret phase 3. Door boss and adorable boss. But yeah, I do think, just in general, that there's nothing wrong with wanting, like, cool mechanics on normal. In fact, I think it's really weird that, like, just to give some examples, why is it that Sugar Riot has this whole ad phase and stuff on Savage, and then on normal, where are the ads? There are none. No ads. Not a single one. Why not? Why not? It could just be something. It's just weird that, like, it's all gone. There's no normal raids with any second phases, is there? I mean, minus the bonus phase on Lindworm, I suppose. I don't think so. Zane Ixilus, hope you're doing well. Does E12 count? Yeah, that does technically have, like, like an intermission and a phase 2. I feel like that counts. In regards to Eden, Garuda, and Ifrit, that one is difficult because actually the faces of Garuda and Ifrit are the exact same on Savage. Why did they give you the balance? Because I'm epic. I don't know. Because I'm the adorable boss. If you wipe after E6 and E12, does it stay in that phase? No. Is that do you feel like that's the necessary requirement for it to count as an extra phase? No, absolutely not. For E12, E6 and E12, they're also not checkpoints on Savage. And E12 also has an extra secret phase for Savage anyway, so... And yeah, Refulgence has that extra desperation phase as well. You can't last much longer! Power of darkness! Answer my call! She said after she already jumped down on the field. A good thing that the power of darkness was a bro, and then just like, no, actually. Doesn't E12S skip the information of you saving the memories or making that up? It probably does. I imagine that the Savage version starts after that, chronologically. There's checkpoints in Savage raids, but not normal mode, but there's checkpoints in normal trials. The extreme trials that keep the intermission also will keep the checkpoint if the normal version had one, typically. Caetsu says, I think it's not unfair to say that the average normal rate is easier than the average normal trials. I'm not shocked some trials have checkpoints. I will say that a lot of people would say that you have to flap those. But usually the reason why there is a checkpoint is because the phases are different. For instance, Seed of Sacrifice has a checkpoint after the cutscene. Emerald Weapon has a checkpoint after the cutscene. Ruby Weapon has a checkpoint after the cutscene. Diamond Weapon doesn't have an extra cutscene, so there is no checkpoint. But the extreme versions of Emerald Weapon and Ruby Weapon also have those same checkpoints and those same phase 1s. I don't think Seed of Sacrifice keeps the checkpoint, though. The most of the time, it's kind of same seas, but there are exceptions, of course. I will queue when it says 59. Something that is complicated Vedka says in Seed of Sacrifice Extreme there is no cutscene on QTE. Right, I did believe there was something like that. It just goes straight to the limit break bit, which also explains why there is no checkpoint. I think it's also worth mentioning that there are, like, that it isn't as clear-cut as, like, as I'm saying to Tessie, that, oh, actually some people would disagree with you because they think that they should be flipped. There are absolutely normal trials that are harder than normal raids, and vice versa. It's just, I think part of it is that due to the quantity of raids, and due to the way that, like, usually the 4 normal raid bosses that come in a tier are like a gradual difficulty increase, means that they are a lot more likely to be harder than the normal trials of the same period. Because if the normal trial is like, let's see, say at the same difficulty as the 2nd boss in a raid tier, well then the 3rd and the 4th boss are harder. And often what really makes a boss fight hard in normal raids has more to do with, like, you know, specific mechanics. Like, I would argue that the hardest boss in the first raid tier of Dawntrail on normal was Honeybee Lovely. And I'd argue that she was harder than Interphos. And Everkeep, of course. Normal, both of them. In the 2nd raid tier, I would believe that most people would agree that Howling Blade and possibly Brute Abominator would be harder than both Zelenia and Necron. Actually, not 100% sure on Necron, but I would also say that Necron has this huge advantage of being a fight that I don't think, like, that most people have done once on normal. I think I've done it like 2 or 3 times in total. And in this current raid tier we're in, Doomtrain, while scary in a way, on normal, is insanely manageable. Like, it's crazy what you can get away with and what mistakes you can make and still win. Which means that it is actually going to have trouble with, like, overtaking something like Vamp Fatale, I feel like. But Vamp Fatale is also surprisingly challenging. On normal. Like, for a normal? And I do think the most interesting way that we can shine a light on this, kind of, is that it's very subjective. Like, a lot of it is very subjective. To the point that, like, I made videos on, like, the hardest dungeon bosses, the hardest AoE pulls, the hardest trials, the hardest, like, trial bosses, the hardest normal raids. And some of the bosses that I've included, some people are like, yeah, absolutely, and others like, no, idiot. Who would wipe to that? It's easy. And while I haven't done one where I'm, like, putting trials and raids in the same batch, I have a feeling that part of the problem in doing that is that the hardest normal raid, I would think, is probably way harder than the hardest trial. Normal trial. Nick says, you probably have another video about this, but is there ever a reason to use repose, or can I just remove it from my hotbar? In normal, regular, casual content, and even, for the most part, savage content, there isn't a need for it. But there are some things you can do. I actually mention repose in... Whoa, speaking of Everkeep. I actually mention in my healer guides a trick you can do with repose. I feel like my machinist is cursed. I'm pretty sure last time I did a machinist set, I landed in Everkeep as well.
Let the victor's reign be sanctioned by the blood of the fallen. I need more power.
And yeah, I think Ilana's still here.
More! I need more! What visions are these?
What visions are these?
Out of my way! Is this my weakness given shape?
Is this my weakness given shape? Just because I can. I need more.
No limits will find me.
Take this! Spanner! Ow.
Be gone, along with my pitiful past.
Oh man. Oh boy. Ah. My 10 battery gauge.
I am the worthy king.
Yeah, to your question, Lex, I have repose on my hotbar as possible. I don't think I have it on my scholar because I simply don't have space for it, but I put it on when I need it. It can be useful for deep dungeons. There's one specific mob in a level 99 dungeon where it can be helpful. Can be helpful. Not needed, but could be helpful.
This is my path.
For some soloing stuff, it might be helpful, but for the most part, you won't need repose. So you could take it off.
Trust only in myself.
But if you have the slot, you might as well keep it on. Just put it on a distant button. Because when it's at least on your hotbars, you will know that it still exists. Instead of being like years later being like, oh yeah, healers do have a sleep button.
It's mine, the ultimate power.
Ambush traps in deep dungeons. Just to clarify, repose is the single target version. I don't know if that matters for that piece of advice, Theo. I do agree with you. I'm just saying. I don't know if you meant the AoE mage version. It's true. It is still a long crowd control. Absolutely true. Wow, that was definitely a case of the low latency. I moved out of that circle AoE like at the last possible frame. Like, oh right, there's an AoE happening here. Creation yields to my command. What do you command it to do? Make a rhombus. resonates within reality. Mine is the path. Such a good quote. Mine is the power. Mine is the path. Fly, my blades!
All is mine to make
And unmake! Fly, my blades! Bleed! Donut and a half room cleave. Huzzah! Donut and a half room cleave. Okay, sure. Want to see me do it again? You'll never see it coming if I do it twice. Haha. Bleed! Surely not 3 times in a row. Well, let's see.
mine is the path.
Mine is the path.
Fly, my blades.
Sralja getting up in the morning like, mine is the path. It's a very inconvenient time for me to pop off with this whole wildfire thing. I was not looking at the blades at all. I gosh, sure, I hope someone else is paying attention because I'm not. Mine is the shower. Mine is the bath. Unfortunately, right at the last, my air anchor drifted 1 GCD. My will resonates within reality. Or did I have too much caffeine again? Rip past better wife. It is funny that, in a way, Agent Monaco, because I almost feel like the regular blades from 2 sides at once is almost worse than, well, there's a regular blade coming from that side, and then there's these elemental blades coming from that side. Reaper. Sure. I'll queue when it says 19. Next Noxus says, is there a way to turn off the walk towards enemy when pressing attack button? Yes. I don't think you want to do that. But yes. See this option? Automatically face target when using actions. Very few actions don't require you to look at the target. And let's just say that I don't actually know if melee... Yeah, see, here doesn't work. Here doesn't work. Here doesn't work. Here doesn't work. This works. Doesn't work. An alternative thing you can do is, legacy controls means that you will not be, like, running at your target if you're, like, spamming a button as you run. You could use that. But I don't recommend turning off the face target thing. Oh! Meso terminal.
Ah, you've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
I'll begin by... Oops, wrong button. By wearing you down. Well, it's not the worst version of that I've ever done. My best version I've ever done is... or like funniest version is start fight on Guildhests, like click portal and then accidentally click the wrong portal and just fall off.
I've created new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will.
There's very few players I know that has the face target when using action thing toggled off. But I'm just saying that, especially as a newer player, don't turn it off. Do not turn it off. You're gonna, like, you don't want to deal with that madness on top of everything else you have to deal with. Because 14 is extremely strict about those things. Like in WoW, you might be better, like you might be perfectly fine without such a setting. I don't believe such a setting even exists in that game. But in that game, I believe as long as you're in like a 90-degree cone in front, like as long as your target is within that space, you're good. But here, it feels like it's like 45 degrees. It's really, really slim.
Memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Oh, is it actually 180 degrees? Even better. You know, I actually had a fantastic idea of how to deal with that mechanic, but I don't think I'll have an opportunity to test it before this fight is over now. Maybe I will. Worked pretty well.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
That's thinking with portals, right? I was like, wait, I could just set up the ending position. Just hop back to it. It's way better. I have too much stuff to do.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Great. I do not need to compel them to fight. You had to compel the other ones to fight? What do you do? The good old brainwash.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
And that's a very convenient time for the range section there. Guys, I ran out of burst. What do I do about the Hellmaker? No more burst! Oh. I forgot to maintain this. Oh, the healer's dead. Nope, I won't be allowed to do it because it'll just yoink me. These mobs are getting very confused. Like, what? I'm the last one? Well, wow!
Good. I bid you continue on. Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
I do think it's also quite interesting that, like, for the most part, if you're not getting hit by avoidable damage, you can pretty reliably survive that whole phase without a healer. Which is also part of the reason why I think I was like, oh, the healer's dead. Like, I didn't initially notice. Although I don't know how long it took from them dying to me noticing. It might not have been very long. But as long as you use what you have, at least as a melee DPS, you can get away with it. You can probably survive. It'll be fine. Just do them one at a time, although it will be a very, very long one, and you might get down to the wire if you don't have anyone helping you at all.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity. The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
That's a pretty solid plentiful harvest.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Oh, I should maintain my death design. Oh, loot! Hey! Oh man, there's an LB2 to use. Does DPS feel a little low? It might be. I don't know. Yeah, the problem wasn't so much with there's not much wrong with the healer dying. The problem was more that it's difficult. Go ahead, Light God. It's difficult to rest someone if you're like, oh, I just killed mine. Because if you're not fighting anything and there's one alive, then they'll yoink you over, and that they do that faster than Phoenix down. So you just can't rest them. It is funny though that the tank didn't just do the Phoenix down. I don't know if I didn't see if they tried, or maybe they didn't realize it was an option. That's the problem with these kind of things. So they change something fundamental about the game like that so many years into it. Like, oh, Phoenix down can be used in combat now in dungeons. Like in the past, you could only carry one. And you could only use them when not in combat, meaning that most of the time. Why would you? Unless it was like a deep dungeon context. Yeah, that was a 16 or 17 minutes. I think that's reasonable. Because you couldn't stack them, so you wouldn't have that many anyway. Exactly. You Light Guard on single target, you hold reassemble to use on drill. You don't hold drill to use on reassemble. The reason why this happens is because reassemble's cooldown is 55 seconds, while your tools are a multiple of 20 seconds. They will never line up naturally. On AoE, up like at a certain target count, I believe it's 6 targets actually. Well, it gets a little bit complicated. It's like 4 or 5 targets if you're using auto crossbow, which you probably are at some point in those lower levels. If you're using reassemble on AoE and you don't have chainsaw because level 74, what you have to worry about is using it on auto crossbow when auto crossbow would do more damage than drill or bioblaster. It gets a little bit complicated on the bioblaster part because bioblaster is equal to... Actually, no, it's not. Bioblaster is better on 3 targets. But I'm pretty sure drill is better for reassemble than auto crossbow or scattergun on 3 targets. But then the question there is, like, you don't want to use bioblaster with reassemble because reassemble only buffs the upfront damage, not the dot. And bioblaster's upfront damage sucks. I imagine in those cases you'd still rather use reassemble on auto crossbow rather than drill or bioblaster because, well, 3 target bioblaster is usually better than a drill on a single target with reassemble, or rather, a bioblaster and an auto crossbow with reassemble is likely better than an auto crossbow and a drill with reassemble. But yeah, essentially what you do is you hold reassemble for the thing you want to use it on. You don't delay the thing you want to use it on to align with drill with reassemble. So in those cases, like God, if it's single target, you just let reassemble be ready, and then you just hit it and then drill when you can. For AoE, you can just hit reassemble and, you know, hypercharge auto crossbow. Something like that. Yeah, what's extra cursed about old Phoenix Down is precisely because they were unique. So you had to like store one in your inventory and one on a retainer, one in your socks. Like, just stuff them away. Although, on the positive side, back then, Phoenix Down really sucked. So, I don't know what you would store them for. I'm pretty sure the only thing people used Phoenix Downs for were deep dungeons. And even there, it was like hyper niche. Because if you're doing a solo run, obviously a Phoenix Down doesn't do anything. If you're doing a duo run, I guess it's possible that neither of you have a Phoenix Down, or rather that neither of you have a res, like a natural res. And if you're like 3 or 4, you probably either have a healer or you picked someone that can res. Just for the convenience factor. Night God says, I always kind of felt Machinist was a bit more freeform than a lot of my other classes I play. Oh yeah. The Machinist and Black Mage, I would say especially, are among the jobs that, like, especially Black Mage, but Machinist, to some very, very vague minor degree, Viper as well, are among the jobs that don't really worry about, like, 2-minute burst alignment. Arguably, Samurai could do that too, but its rotation is just structured enough that it can do it anyway. The problems for those 3 jobs that I listed, though, if they have one, is Black Mage has the whole ley lines thing. And has the capacity to produce a burst. But the thing is, Black Mage does enough filler damage that most of the time just doing the best you can do is good enough. Viper can completely, can for the most part circumvent the whole planning your burst thing by going, oh, is that, it smells like raid buffs in here. And then you just hit reawaken, boom. And a machinist is where it gets really complicated because, so the important thing, and if Yannick is watching, he would also jump in to say it himself. If you're trying to like play perfectly optimal, maximize total optimal damage machinist at max level, they have a 2-minute burst. They basically go and say, oh, 2-minute burst is a meta? Okay, let me fix something together. And then they make like 2 back-to-back hypercharge windows and a full metal field and maybe a drill in there. Just fantastic, nailed it. And yes, 2 full hypercharge windows because it does more damage. But just doing what you can do is usually fine. Like, you just need to make sure that hypercharge overlaps with wildfire and that wildfire is inside raid buffs. And then just send good attacks. Like, preferably you're not doing 1, 2, 3 combos while raid buffs are going. It's usually good enough. So, like, it's the difference between, like, 95% and 100%. But that is definitely the reason why Machinist feels a lot more freeform, because it doesn't have, like, the only thing it has that goes, look, you have a 2-minute burst, is that it has wildfire and it has barrel stabilizer. The rest is just kind of like, just click the buttons. Wouldn't barrel stabilizer and wildfire always allow for a hypercharge window? Yes, the reason why the optimal rotation is complicated on that, Light God, is because the optimal 2-minute burst is 2 hypercharge windows back to back. As in, the really cursed one is, I believe you actually hit hypercharge and then full metal field. And then you go bap, 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 bap. And the reason why you can still do 5 blazing shots and then another hypercharge and then 5 blazing shots because of that is because full metal field is an AoE attack, so it doesn't benefit from hypercharge, so it doesn't spend any of the charge in hypercharge. So you get all 5 shots. And because the cooldown of hypercharge is just so, you need to spend 1 GCD doing something else. But you could also just go full metal field hypercharge, bap, 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 drill, hypercharge, bap, 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 bap. Should add up to the same. It takes 20 seconds, right? Still takes 20 seconds. But that's how cursed it is. Like that's the opti. You don't need to do that. Like, it's extra cursed because like that the whole thing is more than that. Like, because when the 2-minute burst comes up, you have to use drill, and you have to use anchor, and you have to use chainsaw, and you have to use excavator, and that takes 10 seconds, and then you have full metal field, and another drill, and 2 hypercharge windows, which means that if you start all that while you have a combo going, your combo will drop. Which means that thing in between 2 hypercharge windows has to be a filler combo instead, and that kind of sucks. But yeah, basically, Machinist is weird. And it is one of those jobs that somehow feels like it's just kind of winging it. Rinses, was I lied on the fact that if you want optimal, you sort of time the drills for exiting burst on a 3rd drill? Checks management or not overcap. I mean, if you can set it up such that you can do that, great. Which I guess you could do if you, in your opener, use drill like exactly when raid buffs go out. Something like that. Then you would be able to have 3 drills in that whole section. But the key thing that's important here, Rin, is that you won't be able to fit 3 drills like that inside. Like, you will be able to fit all that inside a 30-second window, which is like pot window. You could do that, but 20 seconds drill is... I don't think it's high enough priority to worry about getting 3 of them inside the burst. Like, the 20-second raid buff window will optimally be 2 full blazing shots. Like, sorry, 2 full hypercharges. And full metal field. And 1 tool of your choice. Doesn't matter if it's drill, air anchor, or chainsaw. I do believe they do the same damage. Unless there's AoE, in which case it has to be chainsaw or excavator. Jet says the issue with Phoenix Down, even in deep dungeons, is the long cooldown because it does affect potion cooldowns as well. Yes, that's true. But then again, I'm pretty sure it's like regular healing potions it matches with or shares with. And if you're in a party of any magnitude, then you might not need those potions. Especially not in a deep dungeon where you can use those like sustaining potions. That might be enough. Especially if you have teammates. The Machinist is really weird. And there's a lot of optimization you can do. The thing that makes it really difficult, especially, is that the calculation for what's best and what not is surprisingly convoluted. But the main reason why Blazing Shot ends up winning so hard is that one Blazing Shot is worth something like 440 potency. Because it takes 3/5 of a GCD. You can fit 5 of those in 3 of these. And the long story short is that 3 of these is just shy of 2000 potency. Sorry. 3 of these kinds of things. However, 5 Blazing Shots surpasses 2000 potency. So you'd rather have 2 full hypercharges than hypothetically 6 tools. And then on top of that you have wildfire and things like that. Anyway, I feel like that was actually a pretty good stopping point. So I think we'll wrap up for tonight now. Actually, we got 19 duties. 19 duties. See, what did you get? High level dungeons, we got 1. Two. 3. Leveling dungeons, we've got 1. 2. 2. Raids, we got 1. 2. 3. 4. And technically extreme trials, we got 1 and 2 as far as I can see quickly here. And we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Guildhests. And an MSQ Roulette. And we also got one normal trial. And one max level duty. Pretty solid. Now, on that note, if you would like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link right there in the chat. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming out in coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. You'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when we put them out. And if you grab the reminder roll in the role assignments room, you get a notification whenever I post a video or stream. There's also an extra run around 15 minutes before stream starts. You can catch it right when we go live. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can like the stream over on YouTube. You can follow. You can subscribe. You can become a member. You can super chat. You can cheer. You can do all of that goodness. And if you don't like any of that, there's also the Ko-fi link out. I'll post it right there in the chat. It all helps support me in the channel directly, so I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you, without having to worry about algorithms and so on. So thank you so much for the support. But I think that will be that, and we will look for someone to raid. Someone to raid. What? Wow. Speaking of deep dungeons, someone trying to do Palace of the Dead from floor 151 with only harp. Really cursed. That's really cursed. Man. So many options. Oh. Oh, that's someone doing some MSQ, I think. Nope. Looks like some dailies. We can do that. That seems pretty fine. Meet someone new. Anyway, that'll be it from me. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.